call for an Article 5 convention. It was just the policy of what limitations our delegates would have at an Article 5 convention, and that was the meat of the bill that was sent to us. Very minor fiscal impact. However, part of the proposal would include a stipend of $100 a day for the members of the Article 5 convention, and those members would be New Hampshire legislators going to the convention. We didn't feel it was right to give those members a $100 stipend a day in addition to their travel reimbursements and other accommodations that were made for it. Essentially, when we get paid $100 a year, giving certain members $100 a day in service of their work as representatives or state senators just didn't sit right with the division. So the amendment 0752H just removed the $100 a day stipend. Everything else in the bill is the same. Essentially, for any future convention that may take place, the delegates from New Hampshire are limited in scope to what they could based on the resolution that was adopted for it. So it's just a kind of broad policy for that future occurrence. But we just wanted to make sure that we weren't giving future legislators an opportunity for a $100 a day stipend for extra work, but while keeping the other accommodations available. So that sums it up.
Any questions from the members? Representative Weber,
No, sir.
turn your light off.
I beg your pardon.
So again, you want to get my attention, hit your mic button so I'll see the red light. It's easier to see than whether you're blinking at me or waving to me or any other things. So. Okay. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll, or we'll accept the amendment 0752H. Everyone should change your thing so that, change the typo from 572 to 752. All right. Well, can we do the amendment with show of hands? All in favor? Hands down. Any opposed? Okay, the motion is adopted. The motion now is ought to pass as amended by Amendment 0752H. Further discussion? Seeing none, you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll on ought to pass as amended on HB 269 FN.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrels.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative Hewitt.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Chelerski.
Yes.
You missed me this time.
God. It was a late night last night. And how would you like to vote?
Yes, please.
You're welcome. And Representative Chelerski. Again,
Yes again.
thank you very much. Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
And Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 25-0 in the affirmative.
Who's going to write the blurb? Representative Sweeney? You have it written? Thank you. Okay, moving on to House Bill 430. What did we do that just then?
436.
436. The motion is to retain. Representative Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think all of you may recall this was handled yesterday and is in the budget. So no action needed.
Further discussion? Seeing none. The motion is to retain on House Bill 436, and it is included in the budget. Well, retained bills go in a separate place. Oh. Yeah, I guess 269 can go on consent, because there is money in it, though, isn't there? All right. Put it on consent.
Okay, so 269 is on consent.
Yep. All right, now we're up to 436. The motion is to retain. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Clerk will call a roll on the motion to retain on House Bill 436, which has been included in the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see if we can do this right this time. Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Hole,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney, Representative Cambrils,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Norgren,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative Hewitt,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Telersky,
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 25-0 in the affirmative.
Thank you. Moving on to House Bill 571. Representative Leishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 571, relative to cost of living adjustments for certain Group 2 retirees. That is in the budget as due to our action yesterday.
Are we still going to pass it and move it on through? Or are we gonna-
Retain. It's a
the motion, so
retain.
that's,
It's in the budget.
okay, so you're also making a motion that we retain.
That's correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion is to retain House Bill 436, which has been included in the budget. Is there any further discussion? Wait a minute. We just did 436. I'm not keeping track of my scratches here. All right, House Bill 571. Is that one you also said had been included?
It's in the budget.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah, so, just to remind people, this is in the budget, but with a very significant amendment, as we explained yesterday.
But the motion is to retain, which is a change from what is shown on the sheet.
Wait a minute, what's going on here?
On my sheet, it says retain.
It is retained, right? All right, so again, we changed what's on the sheet and for you. Further discussion on the motion to retain on House Bill 571. Seeing none, the clerk will call a roll on the motion to retain House Bill 571, which has been included in the budget.
And who made those motions?
Leishman and McGuire.
Because we got on a couple of different bills there. Very good. Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney. Representative Campbells.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Ogren.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative Hewitt.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Chelerski.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
And Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 25-0 in the affirmative.
Okay, it's retained and included in the budget. Is it? All right, what are we passing out now, Janet?
Division 2 amendments.
Okay, these are the Division Two amendments. I'll recognize Representative Emmerich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On 364, recognize Representative Heath, and I believe she has a different motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move HB 364, actually ought to pass. We did put this in the budget, but in fact, there's a technical correction in the bill itself, so it does need to pass.
So what's she doing?
Would you
So
like to
does it
speak
have
to
to
your?
go before the House?
Yes,
Okay. So your motion is ought to pass, so it can be in the calendar, so the
yes,
changes are approved.
yes.
All right. And who is the second?
That's Heath.
Representative Hewitt.
Hewitt's the second. All right.
Yes. Further discussion on House Bill 364.
This is
Representative Irv.
this is to retain.
OTP, because they changed it.
All right.
So you say you changed it. Shouldn't there be an amendment?
No, there's no initially, when I spoke with Chair Emmerich, I had thought we should just retain that bill, but then I went back and I checked the language in the bill itself, and Representative Ladd had made a correction in the initial bill itself that we took the action of funding for the career and technical education students, but he also had some language, a correction to the statutes that need to go along with the bill. So I moved to OTP it. There's no amendment.
This was an increase in the
Yes.
amounts, right? As
Yes,
I
we
recall.
increased it and it is in the budget.
Okay. Further discussion. So the reason it's ought to pass is because of the changes, so they can be brought before the full session.
Yes. And I
Right.
can do the blurb if you'd like me to.
Everyone understand the situation? Want to explain further? Okay. Further discussion from committee members? Seeing none. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll as ought to pass on House Bill 364.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Irf.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Pohl.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Campbells.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative Hewitt.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Chelerski.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 25-0 in the affirmative.
Okay, the bill will go on the regular calendar, because it does have some money in it.
And Representative Heath will write the report.
Okay,
Next item is HB 419, Math Learning Communities Program for the Community College was included in the budget. We discussed it yesterday, so I move to retain.
you got who made the motion? Those Petrie and Heath. Got that?
Not yet, but I will.
Okay. All right, the motion to retain on House Bill 419. Clerk will call a roll on the motion to retain.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Hole,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Cambrels,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Norgren,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Missed you, didn't I? Representative Hewitt,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Tolerski,
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 25-0 in the affirmative.
Go.
So that is
HB 420, relative to the availability of funding for dual concurrent enrollments. This was the Running Start program. We discussed it yesterday, and it is included in the budget, so I move to retain.
Motion to retain, second by,
Representative Heath.
okay, Representative Heath. Okay.
Emmerich Heath.
Further discussion on the motion to retain for House Bill 420. Seeing none, the clerk will call a roll on the motion to retain House Bill 420.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrels.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative Hewitt.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Tolerski.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 25-0 in the affirmative.
Thank you.
HB 430, relative to applications for the Education Freedom Accounts Program. This bill was required 1 year of public school prior to attending or using the Education Freedom Account Program. Motion is to ITL made by Representative Weiler, and I let Representative Weiler speak to his motion.
Second is who? Me? Okay, that's good.
Okay. This bill would have changed the rules for education freedom accounts and made it more difficult, especially in a case where a family had decided on the first child that they were going to be going to using the education freedom account. And then it might make difficult if a second child, they'd already made their decision, they'd already arranged transportation, and now they would have to put a child in school for a year. Also, it would be if someone moved here and had already made up their mind that they wanted to send their child to a private school or a charter school, now they would have to have that child attend a year of school before they could go to the one the parents desired. It seemed like a needless reason to force the parents to make a decision different than the one they had already made. So I asked to ITL this bill. Further discussion. Representative Heath, turn your light on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill came about because the EFAs originally were introduced to us as a choice for students in public schools wishing to take those funds to a private or sectarian or homeschooling venue. This bill just reinforces that purpose that was originally stated for this purpose. I think it is only logical that we would include this. We find that during the first year of the implementation of the EFAs, almost 80% of those individuals securing EFAs never attended a public school. Therefore, I really think the purpose that was stated originally was not clearly intended just to simply arbitrarily be for those already in private schools. It would be intended for those in public schools, meaning needing another choice. So I would encourage you to vote no on the ITL so another motion can be made. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Representative Edwards.
I'll be voting yes to the ITL. I think the most important thing we do, and one of the scarcest resources we have, is a child's time and educational window. And the parents understand their child's needs and will provide for it the best way possible. I think as adults, our role is to support the family and the child, and this bill does not do that. So I ITL.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a point of reference, I'd just like to remind the committee that this bill did pass the floor with a vote of 176 to 169, and it was referred to this committee to consider not the policy implications, but the financial impact of this bill. I will point out that it will produce a considerable savings to our state to control the fact that folks would have to be in a public school for a year before they could take those money out of the public schools. And that we are not supposed to be retaking up the policy of this bill, but actually concentrating on that fiscal impact. Therefore, I will be voting for this against a motion to ITL so that another motion can be made. And I would encourage the rest of my colleagues to remember that we are not the policy committee. Thank you.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I completely agree we are not a policy committee, but the bill does have financial implications. And as a member of finance, it is my job to best allocate state funds. EFAs do save money, and I think it is a place where it is not a good financial, approach to have people spend more money so kids can go to schools their parents don't really want them to go to. So I will be voting to ITL.
Further discussion. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Clerk will call the roll on the motion of ITL, House Bill 430.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Campbells.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Norgren.
No.
Representative Leishman.
No.
Representative Bucco.
No.
Representative Weber.
No.
Representative Hewitt.
No.
Representative Heath.
No?
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Tulorsky,
No.
Representative Haken Phillips,
No.
Representative Stringham,
No.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Vote, the vote is 13 to 12 in favor.
Will there be a minority report? All right, remember you want to have it written soon. Yes. All right, moving on to,
HB 492, require the Department of Education to provide the House and Senate standing committees responsible for education with copies of the laws, rules, and relative education. Moved on to pass. Representative Heath, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass on House Bill 492 FN. And I ask for your support for this bill. This is a bill that would require the Department of Education to provide House and Senate standing committees with the education laws and the rule books. Thank you very much, and I ask for your support.
is there a second?
I'll second it.
Representative Petrie seconds. Further discussion on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 492.
Mr. Chair,
Representative Hall.
my only question is this necessary as a bill, or is there another way to do this? I wasn't in the discussion, if you can talk to that.
Representative Heath.
This was a bill that came to us from the floor out of House Ed. For some reason, it appeared that they were producing not the hard copies, but electronic copies. And the committee felt that people needed to have an actual education law book. And everybody agreed. It passed on the floor, and our committee agreed 7-0. And I think it's something that both Senate and House need. So that's the purpose of this bill, just to make sure that we get those books. Thank you.
Further discussion from committee members? Seeing none. The motion is ought to pass on House Bill 492. The clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Hole,
No.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Cambrels,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Organ,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative Hewitt,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Evil,
Yes.
Representative Tulorsky,
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 24 to 1 in the affirmative.
Will there be a minority report?
No.
Thank you.
HB 521, relative to Department of Education payment for placement for an episode of retreat. This was included in the budget, so I move to retain.
Motion to retain. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll on the motion to retain House Bill 521.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Hole,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Cambrils,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Norgren,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
excuse me, Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative Hewitt,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Tolerski,
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 25 to 0 in the affirmative.
Thank you.
Next bill is House Bill 529, relative to additional aid grants for schools based on free and reduced price meals and fiscal capacity disparity. This was also included in the budget, so I move to retain.
Second by Heath. Further discussion on the motion to retain on House Bill 529 FN. Seeing none, clerk will call the roll on the motion to retain.
Call it up here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Hole,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Cambrils,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Norgren,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative Hewitt,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Terliski,
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 25 to 0 in the affirmative. That's 521.
House Bill 540, relative to adequate education grant amounts for pupils receiving special education services. We got quite an education in the committee from the chairman of education. So based on his education of us, we voted to retain 7-0, so I moved retain.
Motion by Emmerich, second by Petrie, to retain House Bill 540. Further discussion from committee members. Seeing none. Ready for the question. Motion is retain on House Bill 540. Clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Hole,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Cambrils,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Norgren,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative Hewitt,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Tolerski,
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 25 to 0 in the affirmative.
HB 542, establishing an academic research and improvement performance data analyst in the Department of Education. This position was included in the budget you approved yesterday. I move to retain. Mary
Motion.
Keith, second.
Who seconds? Okay.
Who seconded?
Heath. All right, motion to retain on House Bill 542, which has been included in the budget. Further discussion from committee members? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Clerk will call the roll.
542. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin. Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrils.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative Hewitt.
Yes.
Representative Heath. Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Chelerski.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
And Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 25-0 in the affirmative.
HB 560, establishing a contact person notification program to assist law enforcement personnel who have contact with a person with mental or physical disabilities and or an appropriation therefore. This was actually included in the budget we approved yesterday. I move retain.
Motion by Emmerich, second by Heath, to retain House Bill 560 FN. Any further discussion from committee members? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion to retain House Bill 560.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrils.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative Hewitt.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Chelerski.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 25-0 in the affirmative.
HB 601, relative to state participation in the Medicaid Direct Certification Program for free and reduced price school meals. This was included in the budget, it was approved yesterday. I move to retain.
Second.
Motion to retain House Bill 601. Is there any further discussion from the committee? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll on motion to retain House Bill 601.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrils.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative Hewitt.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Chelerski.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
And Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 25-0 in the affirmative.
HB 620, establishing a division of early learning in the Department of Education relative to a pre-kindergarten pilot program. This was included in the budget approved yesterday. I move to retain.
Motion to retain on House Bill 620. Further discussion from the committee? Seeing none, you
Vote.
ready?
We got a second. Heath.
Heath.
Good, very good, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Representative Hole.
thank you. Did I hear that this was included in HB2? Correctly? Did not include. Thank you.
Representative Emmerich, is it included?
I'm sorry, my error. We voted to retain it, but we didn't include it in the budget at this time. My apologies.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none. The clerk will call a roll on the motion to retain House Bill 620.
Thank you. Representative Erf,
Yes.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Hole,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Cambrels,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Norgren,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative Hewitt,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Tolerski.
Yes.
You missed me again.
How'd you like to vote?
I'd like to vote yes.
Very good,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Sorry about that. So Tolerski, Representative Haken Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
and Representative Weiler.
Yes.
And through all that, the score is 25-0 in the affirmative.
HB 626, requiring the Department of Education to administer the education freedom accounts. Vote was 5-4 ITL. Motion made by Representative Weiler. If you'd like to speak to your motion.
What we don't understand, we had a system that's been working for a number of years on education freedom accounts. The group that is doing that is going out and visiting the businesses and soliciting them to make the contributions, which are 85% tax deductible to the program. I don't think a state employee would do the same thing. Plus, they are working, there's a short turnaround when they get the applications, and they'll work 6-7 days a week and 10 hours a day. So because of that, that short turnaround and that concentration, I felt that this should not go to the Department of Ed until there was a little more study on how those things would be done, because they're kind of over and above what state employees do. So I felt that this bill should not move forward without that further planning on how we would replace this effort. And these people are basically working for a percentage, which is going out, and they're also hiring people so that they get this work done on the short time span. And it's just part-time people, some of them volunteers. So to think we should replace that overnight, I don't think is going to be successful without having the Committee on Education do some further research. Please vote for ITL. Thank you. Representative Weber. Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With all due respect, we're talking about the education freedom accounts, and we're talking about millions of dollars. As you probably all know, I used to work at the Department of Education, and the education freedom accounts currently are administered by a private agency. Now, in most cases where we have millions of dollars that come through the state of New Hampshire, it goes to a department. The purpose of this bill is to assign the education freedom accounts and their oversight to the New Hampshire Department of Ed. Now, the New Hampshire Department of Ed may choose to do a contract, an RFP, that indeed they may choose the current vendor. However, there has been no process picking the current vendor. You know, just as a former person who had to do the books at the Department of Ed and look at the oversight, I think we're remiss in our current budget. We have almost $60 million that are assigned to the education freedom accounts, and their oversight is being administered by a non New Hampshire agency for oversight. I just am asking, with all due respect, that the New Hampshire Department of Education have the oversight of the education freedom accounts. And if they choose to do an RFP to carry out that responsibility, that would be fine. But at least the Department of Education has oversight. Currently, the way it stands right now, the money is assigned, and the private agency is the administrator of those funds. So it's not the way we usually do things in the state. And I just am very, very concerned about it. And I think this is an easy fix, and not necessarily a huge change, but there'd be a process. There'd be an RFP process. We'd go through the right steps. If we choose to do it the way that it's currently being done, that's another story. But at least we have the oversight of a state agency looking at where it's going. I just think we're opening up ourselves for huge audit exceptions. I ask that you vote no on the ITL so an ought to pass motion can be made. Thank you very much.
The Education Committee was split on this, and then it passed through the House when some people were absent, and we ended up with it. The Department of Ed, I don't think, took a position on this, and I don't think they're prepared to take it over. I hope you will support ITL.
May I?
Question,
Over here.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems to me that this is a reasonable and modest request that overall has a benefit to the state fiscally, has a benefit to the state with regards to oversight of the program, and a benefit with access to information. It doesn't seem to me that this is an onerous ask, that this is doing anything other than being responsible to the students of New Hampshire, to the taxpayers of New Hampshire. I hope that we could override the ITL to pass this. As I said, this is just a reasonable, modest request, and it would be nice if we could move in this direction. Thank you.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In reviewing the language in Section 6 relative to unused funds, it does more than just move this over to the department. It puts a cap on what funds could be rolled over year to year, right? And we all know that education gets more expensive in the latter years. I think that there's additional things going on with this amendment and bill. I would support the ITL motion.
Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was simply just going to point out that when we heard this on the floor, a member rose and said that this could be done at the department with just a couple of personnel. And so I went and made some inquiries, and I was told that they brought on 10 to 12 people to handle the surge. And we all know that the private sector is much better to adapting it in changes to demand than the public sector is. It was also pointed out that anytime they have any administrative savings, they plow that money back into scholarships, and all of that information is accessible because this fund is auditable or has had audits, and they put each student's account in an online manner so that all the expenses are transparent. I'd also point out, which I think you did, that the department is not requesting this. This is a political request, not a government request. Thank you.
This time it's to speak.
This time I really do have a question, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much. I just wanted to ask what the percentage is that the administrative body takes out of the funds that are dispersed to it.
I think it's 10%. Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just was actually going to say that, reiterate the fact that the current agency working with the EFAs take a 10% off the top of every single EFA for administration of that. Again, I think if it went to the Department of Education for oversight, there may still be some kind of a fee that's charged. But again, the Department of Education would have the authority over that agency. Right now, there is none. Thank you very much.
Anything further from the committee members?
Yep.
Representative Stringham.
Thank you very much. I think a 10% no bid fee is not responsible for something of this large. If the 60 million that's projected to be in the budget, we're talking about a $6 million no bid contract. And, it looks like the program's going to be here for a while. I think it's time to bring it into the Department of Ed. They can do the work themselves. They can put out an RFP and have a contract. That's the way it should be done. And I plan to vote against the ITL motion.
The bill does not cover all those things you discussed. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 626.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hull.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Campbells.
Yes.
Representative Popovici-Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Norgren.
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Thank you. Representative Leishman.
No.
Representative Bucco.
No.
Representative Weber.
No.
Representative Hewitt.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Tversky.
No.
Representative Haken Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
No.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 13 to 12 in the affirmative.
Will there be a minority report?
Already got it. Already had it checked off.
HB 638 relative to extraordinary needs grants to schools. This was in the budget in spades. So I move to retain.
Motion to retain on House Bill 638. Further discussion from the committee. Seeing none.
Hold it, wait a minute. We need a second, which is Heath, okay? That's a retain. Retain.
Yep.
All right. You all set? Very good.
Call the roll.
Thank you. Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hull.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Campbells.
Yes.
Representative Popovici-Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative Hewitt.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Tversky.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 25-0 in the affirmative.
Representative Hall for a question? Yeah.
I didn't hear
Mary?
a no vote. Did somebody vote no? Because I did not hear that. I have a hard time with, Representative Haken Phillip.
I said yes.
Oh,
She said Ness.
yes. Okay, sorry.
Representative Hewitt?
Sorry. Oh, no.
Were you a no vote on this last vote?
No, I was a yes vote.
Thank you.
So is the part right? Hopefully.
Yep. 25-0. All right, had a request for a short recess as we get ready for Division 3. Take about 5 minutes.
And local.
That's how long my votes would have taken, by the way. What a coincidence. So we're gonna do these and then we're gonna roll straight into HB1?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Wow. Moving right along. No consent calendar and no minority report.
So we're just gonna do these 4 bills and then we're gonna go back over here. Do you have a copy of your amendment?
All right, Finance Committee will come out of recess. I'll recognize Representative Edwards, Division 3 bills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 4 bills on the agenda, and the speech is basically going to be the same in all 4, but I'll do one, and then it'll get pretty repetitive. So the first bill up is HB 91 FN. We voted unanimously in Division 3 to retain this, and we did put it as an HB2 item. The committee voted on the HB2 items yesterday, so this is in our budget proposal. So I would move to retain, and I would need a second.
Second.
That was Mooney? Representative Mooney? Thank you.
Okay, further discussion on retain for House Bill 91. Seeing no questions or discussion, clerk will call a roll to retain HB 91.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Campbells.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Leishman. Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative Hewitt. He's not there. Okay. Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Tulersky.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 24-0. Any affirmative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I probably should have at least read the title in 91 relative to privacy obligations of the Department of Health and Human Services. Now on to House Bill 282. This is relative to including certain children and pregnant women in Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program, commonly known as CHIP. We voted in committee in Division 3 to retain this on a 7-1 vote. Yesterday, Finance accepted it as an HB2 item, and that justifies retaining this bill, in my opinion. I move to retain and need a second.
Second.
Motion is to retain House Bill 282. Further discussion from the committee. Seeing none. Clerk will call the roll on the motion to retain HB 282.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin. Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Campbells.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Tulersky.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 24-0 in the affirmative to retain.
Next bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to speak to House Bill 565. This is relative to expanding Medicaid to include certain postpartum health care services. Division 3 voted to retain this 7-1. This was in the HB2 packet that was voted on and accepted yesterday. So retaining is the proper motion. I need a second.
Second.
Further discussion on the motion to retain House Bill 565. Representative Popovici, Muller, okay. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will call the roll on the motion to retain House Bill 565.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Campbell.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Tolerski.
Yes.
Representative Hicken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 24-0 in the affirmative.
Next bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So far, I think I'm going to do all the blurbs on the previous bills. So I know
No blurbs necessary.
that's a little weak, lame humor. House Bill 614. This is the same story. In this one, we're making an appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Services to fund the Merrimack, New Hampshire Kidney Cancer Incidence Phase 3 feasibility study. The proper motion here is to retain. I need a second.
Second.
If I may speak, just
Please.
so what we did was we put this into House Bill 2 and we voted that out yesterday. So there's no need for this bill to go back to the floor.
Further discussion from members of the Committee on House Bill 614. Seeing none, you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll on retain for House Bill 614.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin. Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Campbell.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative Hewitt. No, you're still not. Okay. Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Tolerski.
Yes.
Representative Hicken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 24-0 in the affirmative.
Thank you. That concludes our bills. We're going to move again to Division 3 and go to their HB1 changes. While we're getting ready for that, I'm going to read you a notice you may be interested in. Please join the Community College System of New Hampshire for a meet and greet in the State House cafeteria, Tuesday, March 28th, from 11 to 1. Legislators are invited to join college and system leaders and discuss education and workforce development issues of importance to your region and the state. That's almost a long run-on sentence. Refreshments provided by culinary students from Lakes Region and White Mountain Community Colleges will be served. The committee that leaves us the most business cards will win a gorgeously decorated and delicious cake made by pastry arts students. So, I hope you all have business cards to take over there and drop. So, what's that?
I said it sounded like a stacked deck to me because this is, of course, the biggest committee. And it's here today.
You got to participate. Okay. Vision 3, Chairman and Vice Chairman and LBA will present your HB1 changes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the committee, we're going to go through the HB1 items that we didn't get to yesterday. Yesterday, I started with voicing gratitude to the LBA and to the department, but just based on the amount of work that Mr. Ripple had thrown at him in the last 12 hours, yesterday's gratitude needs to be renewed because he's stepped up and he's provided some more for us. So I'll bring you up to speed on those when we get to them. The first thing is on row 2 and 3. These two rows are now in House Bill 2. We discussed that at length yesterday, and so I don't believe there should be any questions. If you want to consult back, this is House Bill Amendment 2023-0972 Hotel in your packet from yesterday. I'll just keep going unless you see questions, Mr. Chair. The next item is on line 6 relative to New Heights. New Heights is the integrated eligibility system. That's how it was listed.
Do we have a question from Representative Stringham?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so New Heights is the integrated eligibility system. We discussed it as part of the packet yesterday. There was an observation made as we were talking about it that we have to find ways to help the department be more productive. And so this is the IT approach to evolving their eligibility system and crossing more and more areas. So this will fund an audit of that eligibility system because as they expand the scope of what it does, they have to make sure that they meet the terms of compliance. So this was discussed in 2023-1172 Hotel, and it's now in the HB2 packet. Next item is lines 9 and 10. This is a pretty significant amount of money. The top line on the 20.5 million is general. The bottom line, or the next line down, is 65.688 over the biennium. That second amount is the federal matching funds that come with the general funds. So this is, to me, an absolutely shocking amount of money, but we're moving this out of House Bill 2 and into House Bill 1 because it's really operations and maintenance and not a major systems upgrade. And so as an operations and maintenance item, despite the enormity of it, it really belongs in HB1. So this is a no-cost move, but it does make it more transparent. We did that in Amendment 1059 Hotel and approved that then. Next line item.
Question.
Go ahead.
Question, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Is Medicaid now generally a 3X plus matching? This seems awfully high, no?
This is a correct matching number, and I don't see Mr. White. Do you want to talk to the matching? Because that is a high match.
He is back there, but Medicaid is typically 50-50, but in the case of MMIS, it's a much higher federal match.
Thank you for the question. Next, lines 13 and 14. The undisputed subject matter expert on this is Representative Verf. This is the second year that we've done something different. We discussed it at length yesterday as part of 2023-0870. These monies represent the general funds money that will go to the counties. In the case of Hillsborough, or not Hillsborough, my county is Rockingham County. The case of Rockingham County, the CFO told me that this change in what we did for them last term that we're carrying into this term at the exact same rate or the same dollar amount shaved 7 percentage points off of the county share of the property tax. So if you vote for this, keep in mind that you should tell your taxpayers that we are actually doing something to reduce their county property taxes. I'll move on. Food protection on lines 17 and 18. This was a prioritized need request from the department. What this does is allows them to pay overtime during the busy recreational summer months. They're going out to they spend a lot more time at the recreational hotspots, food trucks, that sort of thing, trying to make sure that we don't have any foodborne illnesses spread, because I think we all know what an outbreak would do to our reputation, our tourism. So if we didn't give them this money, what they would end up having to do is take their existing employees and work around and give them uncompensated time off later in the year. So this just seemed to me to fit the surge requirement. I don't believe we talked about this yesterday though. So if there are any questions, I'd take any. Okay, I'm not seeing any, Mr. Chair. Okay, so number 19, Representative Kofal, I think it was really good that he was here yesterday, because he shook me a little bit and he said, hey, you know that the House bill that did the WIC supplemental nutrition program for $300,000 a year was killed on the floor. And I had not recalled that. And so I think it's inappropriate for us to go ahead and put that money in when the House policy didn't meet it. But with that 300 and 300, we have an amendment that I'd like to offer, Mr. Chair, at this point. This seems like a good point to bring it up. As Mr. Ripple hands out the amendment, let me describe it. Representative Mooney, I've been struggling all day on the proper name of that organization. The home visits, there's like 5 words in there. MIECHV, Maternal, Infant, and Early Development Home Visiting. So this was a program that had asked for money that hadn't completely made it into the governor's budget. There was, it came over to us with $109, well, we'll call it $110,000 on the governor's budget. They requested a very large increase from 110 to 525. And what this amendment proposes that instead of agreeing to their 525 increase, we're taking the 300 that just got freed up by the WIC supplemental nutrition program. So I only had a brief moment to discuss this with Representative Wallner before this, and you know, if she has any comments, and now that she's seen it, or Representative Tulersky,
Any questions or discussion from committee members? Representative Telersky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the first time I'm seeing this. Everyone on Division 3, we were within the last 2 hours of our workday when I requested we discuss this line item 19. And those of you who were there know that I was quite enthusiastic and impassioned about this program. And we did discuss that it had come to the floor and had not passed. And was that a priority item for the department? We had a detailed discussion on the pros and cons. And in the end, the division voted in a bipartisan way to put it in HB1 with a vote of 6-3. And I am disappointed that this is the first time I'm hearing about this. And I wish that the sponsor of this amendment could have discussed it with me prior. At the same time, I understand the need for the home visiting money, as we also attempted to fund that on that evening. So while I understand the importance of both, I guess I'm going to sit and see if there's more discussion, but I just wanted to make sure that I set the record straight that we did discuss the WIC program quite extensively on our last night of work. Thank you for letting me speak.
So I would say to that because you had a particular passion on it, I would you're more likely to remember it accurately. I'm just saying that my recollection is that that I don't recall us talking about the bill being ITL'd on the floor. That's something that probably just got by me, or because that is a significant fact to me. But I don't disagree with you. I just saying we remember it different.
Usually the things that pass the House, we try to put in the budget, but if they're inexpedient, we do not. Representative Wallner.
Thank you. Well, it's a difficult choice because both of these programs are really needed by low-income families in New Hampshire. So this is a very, very difficult choice. And I think that we did vote in our division to include the WIC program, the funding for it. And the home visiting program also is extremely important in that it also has a very substantial federal match and would really benefit the families. But at this point, I think I'm going to vote no on it because I just heard about it, well, just before right when we broke. And I just don't like the idea of these coming in as one trade-off for the other. And so I am going to vote no.
So Representative Weiler, we are bringing this rather late, and I don't need to bring this amendment forward. But I, based on understanding now that this item got ITL'd, I would be ready to make a motion to delete line 19 from the recommendations and save the 600,000, because we've got a lot of different ways to spend $600,000, not the least of which is to improve our Medicaid reimbursement rates. So the first motion I would make, if I could,
You may.
is I would like to move to strike line 19. Second?
Second by Representative
And
Stringham.
then there's a discussion.
Oh.
Second it. Second it.
What are you waving at? Oh.
I'll
Is there a
second the motion.
Okay. Discussion. Representative Nordgren.
Well, I'm wondering if maybe we all have issues in remembering exactly what happened, but often what happens on the floor is that a bill will be voted ITL when we know we're dealing with it in finance. So I'm wondering if maybe we're all sort of forgetting parts of what happened on the floor and that we should be including it as we see it here.
As we like to say to one another whenever it's the right time for us to say it, there's the policy choice and then there's a financial choice, and the body is fairly well trained on when they're doing what. So the previous failure for this to pass on the floor was a policy vote. Then it comes to us for the financial vote. And in this case, I'm not comfortable going forward, realizing that this policy failed on the floor as a matter of policy. So
Further discussion on the motion to delete line 19 on HB1 here before us. Representative Holm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe this was House Bill 574. It came out as an ought-to-pass motion and was, in fact, defeated and then laid on the table, and then voted which also failed, and then inexpedient to legislate. So the House has made a decision on this. I'm in support of the House's decision.
Further discussion. What shall we label, or just the amendment will just be deletion of line 19?
Strike row 19.
Strike row 19. Further discussion. Seeing none. Clerk will call a roll on the motion to delete line 19 from this page we're looking at, Division 3, Category 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Erf.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrose.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Norgren.
No.
Representative Leishman.
No.
Representative Bucco.
No.
Representative Weber.
No.
Representative Hewitt.
Nope.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Tulersky.
No.
Representative Haken Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
No.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 13 to 12 in favor of the motion.
The line is deleted.
Mr. Chair, if it's appropriate now, I would like to make a motion to pass an HB1 amendment. The description of this is to fund the home visiting formula grant with $300,000 per year of general funds that were previously budgeted for the WIC Farmers Market program. As was mentioned before, this may have a nice federal match to it, but I don't see it on here.
The department's request did not include a federal matching number. So this is, yeah, their prioritized needs request was general funds only.
Okay, but if we go ahead and do the general funds, they can later go back and ask for additional federal funds, or have we missed that window?
Possibly. I'm not sure if it applies to this program or not.
Okay. All right. There are some other federal funds associated here, so presumably there's a match. So I would move this to pass, and I would need a second.
Second.
Further discussion from committee members.
What's the motion? Fund.
Adopt amendment to HB1. I guess it doesn't have a number, Mr. Ripple. Representative Tulersky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you refresh my memory on the amount that the department had requested that we hadn't funded yet? What we passed, which I believe was a percentage, and where this $300,000 will leave us?
For this, the department, being the governor's budget, was just under 110,000. The department then had a prioritized need of an additional 525,000. So what we would be doing is we would be giving most of the prioritized need, 300,000 of the 525 extra, to the department so that they could support the home visiting formula grant.
Follow up? I guess I'm confused. I remember that line item for the prioritized request in the millions.
No, there were millions once you had the federal money, but here you can look at this, and this is what you've probably seen. Let's see.
Thank you for the clarification, Representative Mooney. I found it.
Further discussion on the motion to adopt this HB1 amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion to amend HB1.
Good, thank you. Representative Erf,
Yes.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards. Yes. Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Hole,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Campbells,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Norgren,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative Hewitt,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Telersky,
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 25-0 in the affirmative.
Did I, Representative Hacken Phillips, were you a no vote?
I'm so sorry. I don't know why everyone has a hard time. I'm saying yes. I have said yes. I will.
All right.
I heard yes, so hopefully that's what it was.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Should I keep moving through the spreadsheet?
Please do.
Okay, row 20 on page 2. This could really be categorized as a technical adjustment. This is intended to take HB2 and reduce the federal funds so that it aligns with the actual amount and a federal grant award. There's not much to say there. Item 23. This is for the Glencliff home. We did not make any change to their request. Item 26, the prevention services. This is a program that was requested by Representative Telersky. This is, I think, the first time that the general funds have been set up to be appropriated to a collaboration of 5 different organizations working on substance abuse issues. The initial request was $625,000 total or per year, and we reduced it to $200,000. And I personally was confused over how the match would work. So I thought until we could figure it out, and given this is the first year, $200,000 would be the right number. On 27, I think there are 2, but this is certainly the first one we've come across. This is related to some earmarking of commission funds for the Alcohol and Drug Abuse Commission. And the net of this is 2.1 over the biennium. What we're trying to do is with HB 223-1204 is to safeguard the legislative commitment for 5% of the alcohol sales to go to the commission. That number has historically been more in the 4% range. It's been a little lower if you go back in history even further. So this is the first time that we're going to, explicitly make our commitment that we said 5%, we mean 5%, and here it is. And you can see the math on revenue of 11.1 million, how much that would be. So this is a plus up to them of 2.1 million over the biennium. Not seeing any comments there. The next one is line 29 and 30 under the system of care. What we wanted to do was to increase the funding to pay for the children residential rates. We looked at what the governor had asked. We looked for at the prioritized need request, and it was such a large amount of money that what we ended up doing was allocating 60% of the delta between the governor's request and the prioritized need request. So we tried to take care of most of it, and that's what that funding is. Is line 30? That's federal money, isn't it? And that's the federal match that goes with that. On
Question? Representative Wallner?
Thank you. Back to the system of care money for just a minute. I think I heard the department talk about this when we were here that evening. And what they were saying is that when they originally started going out for these contracts, the contracts came in at a certain amount, providers bid on them, and they were awarded. But as the department has received from the providers the actual cost of care over the last couple of years, the cost of care is actually much higher than what the contracts had provided for. These are providers who are caring for our children. There's, I think, 400 to 500 of them in group homes, residential facilities. These are the kinds of programs that, without the right funding, are really in jeopardy of closing. And I think in past histories, I can remember hearing about group homes that close, and usually it is financial issues that end up closing them. So I think this line in this particular document is really probably very low in order to accomplish what we need to accomplish. Remember, this is the line when we had the Sununu debate last week. This is really where we need places, residential care for children who don't need the level of care that provided at Sununu. These are children who need a lower level of care in their own communities. So I am concerned about this line.
Did you say the number was 500?
I think the department said it was 500, 400 to 500. Yeah.
There's 27,000 going into this line for 500.
Thank you.
I would just point out that we've been building out the system of care for a while, and this is substantially more than what's in the current budget. So it isn't as though we're not, with this line, funding a dramatic and significant increase. It's just not the tens of millions a year that were requested. It's only 7.5 million a year, So it's a lot of money, and there's a question at how fast the whole system can absorb this money as well.
Further discussion. Representative Stringham.
Yeah, I'd just like to add a little bit of shading on that. Basically, without the full department request, because of the process of understanding what the costs are, the way that they'll have to manage this is just to have fewer residential beds than we have now. Because as Representative Wallner said, that originally they were paying a certain amount, which in good faith, between the department and the residential housings, they were paying what they thought was cost. But now that they've had experience, it's a relatively new program, they understand the costs are higher. So, you know, we have a choice of following the contract and paying for fewer beds, which the department can do, or digging deeper in the legislature to keep the level of beds where they are now. So, the line item in here is kind of a compromise between those two, in my view.
Representative Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for Mr. Ripple, right? Lines 29 and 30 reference the same account codes, right, with two different amounts. What happens if we adopt 29 but not 30, if we adopt 29 and 30?
Line 30 is the federal matching funds that accompany the general fund appropriation on line 29.
Thank you for the clarity.
So, Mr. Chair, I propose that we just park this for a little while, get through the rest of HP1, and then come back and decide whether you could decide whether or not you want to vote it separately.
It's up to you.
You know, the issue is I want to fund all this. We just don't have the money to fund everything. So we funded this at 60%. Let's get through the rest of HB1, and then folks can see where else we're prioritizing and spending money, and maybe in a little broader context, we'd be ready to make that vote.
Do you have the experience of how much was spent in the previous biennium each year?
Mr. Ripple has that, but I did confirm that this is new money relative to the current year. Is that, I don't want to misstate you. You at least said it's a lot more money than the current year.
So in terms of general funds only, the fiscal 23 adjusted authorized is 18.7 million. For fiscal 24, the number in the governor's budget plus the 7.4 million here would total 25.6. So it would be a difference of 18.7 in 23 and 25.6 in 24.
So if there's as few as 500, it was still over 50,000 per.
I don't have the caseload figures in front of me at the current time.
Shall I continue and we could come back to this line item?
All right, we'll come back.
All right, so on page 3, these items are all in one amendment that we approved yesterday, 2023-1064 hotel. What we did was we carried forward FY23 money as restricted revenue, and what the effect of that was that freed up some FY24 general funds. We also, I wrote the note here, plus this is a fiscal backstop. Oh, plus we included in the amendment that if this is not enough money for these services, the developmental disabilities, the acquired brain disorder, the children IHS waiver, that they can go to fiscal and ask for additional money. So, so that's what this is. The next line item, 41, on page 4, is the New Hampshire hospital saying their consumption of personal protective equipment, PPE, has been at such a high rate, and they project that their consumption is now at a new normal. They're using it in more scenarios than they have in the past, and also the price has gone up. So between pricing and quantity, they said they needed an extra $150,000 a year above what was in the governor's budget, and so there it is. Line item 44 was an HB2 item that we did yesterday, and essentially what this does is It complies with the jail car observation that the statute probably includes unconstitutional taxes where they were looking to have fees. And it also put, so we use general funds instead of the taxes that were to be levied. And then we also put a dollar in for FY24 donations to get that account established and seated. There have been a number of organizations who've said that they support this program so much, we thought we ought to give them an opportunity to donate to it. So that's line 44 and 45. The net on that, what we're really going to provide them is $250,000 a year for a total of $500,000. So line item 46, the Department of Administrative Services historically provided shared services in a number of areas to include, some basic maintenance. And over the course of the last term, DAS and DHHS have come to an agreement that DHHS needs to be more self-supporting. And so to do that, they're adding 3 additional positions, 1 administrator and 2 maintenance mechanics to do that. What I could never really get my hands on was whether or not DAS was reducing by 3 their head count. I suspect they probably aren't. I think this is probably 3 new people, but that's just me and my cynicism speaking. Line 48, the Hampstead Hospital. Everyone I think in the room knows that the Hampstead Hospital is a relatively new venture for us. This is the first full budget cycle that the state has owned them and operated them, and it was said when we acquired them that their business plan was sufficient for them to be a viable ongoing concern. With the state taking over and the state having additional reasons to admit and treat people, it's clinical activity that's outside of Hampstead's historical conduct. And so this request of $4.4 million over the biennium is really there in a way as a form of business insurance. We don't have experience with this model, and in case that their spending is at a higher rate than the budget people think it'll be, this is a shock absorber in the system. So that's what we did. We just agreed with their $4.4 million, and we also agreed in that amendment to convert 21 temporary positions to 21 permanent positions, keeping them full-time. So that's what that amendment did. And, with that, other than item 1031, I think the committee could vote on the package, and we could maybe have a separate vote on 1031 if that's your pleasure. Excuse me, I said 1031. That's a recommendation page. I mean items 29 and 30 on
Representative
page
Wallner
2.
for a question.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to know if we could break for a 5-minute caucus.
Request for a 5-minute break. Please keep it to that. We'll have a 5-minute break.
All right, thank you. I skipped over the veterans, so we'll say that real quick, that we didn't have a change for the governor's request. You want to use Division 2?
We're on recess.
You want to use the Division 2 room? By all means.
Committee will come back from recess.
I am. I didn't realize you were waiting for me. Okay, so, Mr. Chair, what I would like to do is I would like to make a motion to accept the detailed change from HB1 with the exception of line 19 on page 1 that we've already voted on, so I wouldn't want it brought back up in this vote. And then with the exception of lines 29 and 30 relative to the funding of the system of care. And so I'd like to vote on the rest of the package. That's my motion.
Second.
Motion and a second to vote for the remaining parts of HB1 recommendation from Division 3.
Sure.
Everyone understand the motion?
What's excluded? Sorry.
Wait a minute, I have to explain something to the clerk. Line 19. Lines 29 and 30.
19, 29, and 30.
Yep.
Okay, so accept detail.
Yep.
Accept.
Discussion. Representative Wallner.
Yes, thank you. I'm gonna vote no. I feel that we did actually House Bill 1. I do feel that Division 3 did do a good job on the House Bill 1 allocations, but I'm really concerned right now about having the system of care being voted for separately because I don't know what the outcome's going to be of that. So I'm going to vote no at this point on the package, but it's not because I don't think that we did do a lot of good things in there. But I think the system of care is really important, and not knowing what the outcome will be, I'm going to vote no.
So we're not voting on system of care at this time. If you want to have that vote first, we could ask Representative Edwards if he'd make that motion.
She had made the request during the break, and Mr. Chair, because you and I had agreed to do it the other way, I didn't want to cause turmoil for you. Other than that, the order is going to get us the same place. I don't think it's going to change the system of care vote. And it was more logical to just get everything we could out of the way before we came back to system of care. But I really have.
Your wish. If you want to continue with your motion, we will do so.
Today is another day of professional courtesy. And if that's what Representative Wallner would like to do, is to vote on system of care first, lines 22 through 23, with your flexibility, I'm willing to do that.
Lines 29 and 30.
29 and 30 on page 2.
Yeah.
So if I'll withdraw the previous motion and instead move that we move to vote yes to fund lines 29 and 30. The key issue is the general funds, because the federal funds flow from that at $14.854 million as shown.
Any further discussion or questions on the motion to vote on lines 29 and 30 system of care?
You need a second?
Motion and a second by Representative Edwards. Do you have the?
Okay, who
You have
made
it
the
down?
motion?
Edwards.
And second by Mooney? Yes.
Yes. Someone you have a question?
I continue to think that line is underfunded and that we're going to we're going to end up having problems during this biennium without those rate increases there for the department to negotiate contracts with these residential providers. I remind you, these are 24-hour providers. It's very expensive. They're having a very hard time finding workforce. This is the exactly kind of service we want for children. It isn't incarceration, it's in the community. It keeps the kids in the community. They can often continue in their own schools. This is the place where we should be putting our money. And I'm just sorry that we at this point are not increasing this line.
If I may.
Yes.
I believe the vote in Division 3 on this particular issue was probably 5-4. If the world was filled with infinite amounts of money, I think we could have spent the 25 million or so extra over the current year that had been requested by a prioritized need. But as it turned out, because we had to find money to put into the Medicaid reimbursement rate increase, we had to find money because our strategic problem is back in that ER boarding area. This is why we shaved this while still funding the majority of it.
Representative Nordgren, followed by Representative Stringham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would refer us to the paragraph on page 2 of our spreadsheet that says that we're trying to address provider capacity that's insufficient to meet the current demand, but we're only funding it 60%. So we're also missing out on federal match. So I guess I'm concerned that we really needed to make this a priority, and now we're shortchanging it. Thank you.
Representative Stringham, followed by not you, okay, Representative Holm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We only have so much funds. I would like to note that the current budget is going up between HB1 and HB2 just shy of $1 billion in new spending between last biennium and this biennium. We have done an enormous amount of increases in spending for various activities, but we can't do everything. I think the 60% number was a reasonable number.
Representative Hacken Phillips, followed by Representative Irv.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to draw the committee's attention to the fact that, the consequence of not filling this request to the full ask is that, there will be spillover into the tertiary healthcare system across the state. So, having an intimate knowledge of many of the folks at DHMC and that supporting network, Dartmouth Health across our state, I am aware that the system is currently teetering on availability of beds, and we are talking about being on the edge of a very serious healthcare crisis in our state and across the nation. I think the consequence of us not stepping up to the system of care full additional request ask is that, we are going to further push our tertiary system into a deeper hole, which will cost far more to dig out than just supporting the system of care. So my urgency cannot be expressed appropriately for, where we are as a state and a nation in this current crisis, which is about to get worse. And, my suggestion would be to pull into the pockets of our surplus for year 23 and to consider, what we can do with that bottom line to meet the system of care. I think it's of critical importance, and it will be a huge mistake to move forward as if nothing, as if there wasn't a larger consequence down the road. There is. So we should be aware of that.
I will remind the members we have a hard stop at noon. Some of us have a meeting we have to go to. So if we don't finish up, we'll have to come back after lunch.
I do have 2 more items after this.
We may not get through them. Representative Irf has a question.
Just to point out, this was a prioritized need of the department. The governor didn't fund it at all, funded it at zero. We funded it at 60%. And I would point out that this whole discussion did not occur during our Division 3 meetings in the context of maybe we shouldn't increase Medicaid rates as much to allow for more spending here. Furthermore, we're only partway through the process. The Senate has yet to consider this whole process, the whole bill, the whole budget. So I don't think this is I know this isn't the last shot at adjusting this. If the Senate looks at everything and decides they should change the way things were allocated. Thank you.
Further discussion. The motion is to accept lines 29 and 30. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll on the acceptance of lines 29 and 30 on page 2 and the HB1 presentation from Division 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hull.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrels.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Nogren.
No.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
No.
Representative Hewitt.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Tulersky.
No.
Representative Haken Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 19-6 in favor of the motion.
Okay, that's adopted. Move on.
Now for the rest of the package on the unvoted items. So we voted on line 19. We voted on lines 29 and 30. So that the remaining of the packet, I would move to be approved.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the rest of the packet. Further discussion. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll on approval of the remaining parts of HB1 Division 3 recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth. I'm sorry. McGuire. Representative McGuire. Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney. Representative Edwards. Representative Bean. Representative Hull. Representative Sweeney. Representative Cambrels. Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner. Representative Norgren.
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
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 I'm sorry. Can I go back to Representative Wallner? Did I hear okay, just to make sure.
Sharon votes no.
And you're a no.
Sharon votes yes.
Very good. Thank you. Representative Leishman.
Here, Mary Kay.
Representative Bucco.
But I did wonder about-
Representative Weber.
No.
Representative Hewitt.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Tulersky.
No.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 21-4 in favor of the motion.
That's adopted.
So my last item, and we're going to have to come back, but if I could just tee it up for people to think about and discuss if they want to over their lunch. We identified late last night, we've tried to work very collaboratively on the Amendment 1183, which was the Medicaid reimbursement rate hikes. What we found is, in an effort to use the blue template with some red numbers, that we ended up with a mismatch in the amount of money allocated for the ambulance services. And I know of two ways that we could address what has become a technical problem, but it was just whispered to me that there could be a third. So I'm going to try to resolve that and bring forward what I think a proper motion is after listening to everyone.
Okay. We will now go in recess for lunch. Some of us have a meeting that may go past 1 o'clock. I beg your indulgence and patience. We'll be back as soon as we can. We are in recess. Okay, enjoy the lunch. been given LBA, which, here he is. I've been given LBA overnight to finish up any things and bring us the results. Tomorrow at 10, we'll see the final results, and we'll get a briefing from LBA on what the changes have been, and we'll have a final vote tomorrow. Representative Edwards.
I'm going to start with good news, Mr. Chairman. There's only one more item from Division 3, not two. What we're going to talk about is on, if you still have the packet from yesterday, the Division 3 HB2 packet, and then if you were to flip to page 21, and then if you were to stick your finger on line 14 of page 21 of the Division 3 HB2 packet, I'll kind of wait until it looks like people aren't doing paper anymore. Okay, so the issue that we ran into is that the community had asked in the ambulance line for $2.2 million per year, and that's what we had agreed on. But we also wanted to adopt the structure that Representative Stringham had included by pulling in the detail of the ambulance codes that you see at from line 16 to 20. Well, upon further review and analysis, Representative Stringham noticed that if we implement these rates, then we don't have enough money in this line 12 item, what is that, 19, using Roman numerals? I think that's 19. And so the quandary was, do we put more money in or do we just remove the rates? And while I was away, the smarter people got together and figured out, no, let's leave the amount of money alone on the possibility that amount might change. We don't know that it will, but it might. But if it doesn't, what the proposal is, and you should have it in your hand, is that we would add the phrase at the bottom where it says, if the department determines that the appropriations contained in this subparagraph are insufficient to set rates at the specified levels, it may delay the implementation until such time as the rate increases can be provided. So in other words, keeping the amount of money alone that we voted on yesterday, what this new sentence would do is add flexibility so that if the rate increase couldn't really go into effect until, say, November, because that's when there'd be enough money, then November it is. And then if some more money were added to this, then it could become October or earlier or something. So I like the flexibility, the departments with the flexibility. I think Representative Stringham, Mooney, Irf all talked about this. They're all okay with this approach. And so I would, although that doesn't have an official amendment number, I would like to have a vote on adding this paragraph to what would be a new line 21, 22, and 23 of page 21 of the House Bill 2. Need a second.
Do all the members understand the proposal?
Second the motion.
Motion by Representative Edwards, seconded by Representative Mooney. Question by Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious why the first number is 13 and the others are in the hundreds. Is one like minutes and the other is hours or something like that?
I'll go to the committee expert, Representative Stringham.
Yeah, it's $13, it's $700, it's $325, it's $450. So we don't have to have a .00. That's true. But ambulance fees per mile tend to be dollars and cents, and the other fees tend to be dollars and cents too, but dollars is close enough.
So one's miles and one's per hour or per day or something?
The others are incident codes. So you get miles plus, if you have
Any further discussion on the proposal to change this page in HB 2? Everybody understands where it is going to go.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Emmerich.
Yeah, I think you misstated that there's 3 additional paragraphs. I think this looks to me like it's just a replacement for paragraph 19. With the addition of that last paragraph.
Okay, I think technically you're correct, but everything is the same until you get to the part where it says if the department determines. So the way it would look in your new HB2 would be those 3 sentences would get added because none of the words above it in section 19 change.
I agree totally. I'm just saying I think
You want to get the motion correct.
it just becomes part of that paragraph. It doesn't add it doesn't add 20.
So it pushes 20
I was
down.
saying it added
makes 19
lines.
It makes 19 bigger, that's all.
Right,
Okay.
yes.
Representative Irv.
Just to be clear, the first paragraph is somewhat different as well.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yep, at Representative Stringham's request, the first paragraph removes the provision stating that ambulance EMT Medicaid fee levels shall be set at Medicare fee levels with the following exceptions.
All right. So I'll say instead, I motion that we adopt this piece of paper.
And I'll second the motion.
Is the motion understood? If there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll on accepting the replacement of item 19 in HB 2 on page 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Irf.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole is not here. Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrels.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Hewitt.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Tolerski.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 24-0 in favor of the motion.
Thank you very much to the committee. Division 3, thank you. Appreciate it.
I'll ask the LBA members to tell us what your plan is for tomorrow. Yeah, I don't think I can find it.
Mr. Chair, I believe the plan is for us to put all this together and you'll hear from Michael Kane around 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. All right. So I authorize the LBA, I hereby authorize the LBA to make any technical and mechanical changes necessary to reflect the intent of the committee. And so, let's see, tomorrow's at 29? We'll recess this committee till tomorrow at 10 o'clock for final examination of the budget. And tomorrow we'll celebrate with cake that all of you have gained us. Only if the budget passes.